It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, taking aim. A major cross-country storm now on the move. The West Coast bracing for rain. The East Coast preparing for snow. And for some regions, it's the first snowfall in 2 years. Al's live with your full forecast. Plus, best of the best. It's that time of year. So which diets topped the U.S. News and World Report list for 2024? The exclusive reveal coming up. Then making waves, why surfers are grabbing their boards and heading to an unlikely place.
I'm in the desert, I'm surfing, everybody's still alive, a great success.
An inside look at the Palm Springs Surf Club, hours away from the nearest ocean. And piecing it all together, how a 13-year-old wonderkind became the first person ever to beat Tetris.
Oh my God!
Breaking a record decades in the making and putting our scores to shame. Today, Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024.
Today is my 70th birthday.
From Omaha, Nebraska.
Good morning, Grandma Kay.
Watching in Montgomery, Texas.
On a mother-daughter trip.
From Coopersville, Michigan.
From Portsmouth, Ohio.
Latoya's turning 40 today.
Here's my grandson.
From Midlothian, Virginia.
Visiting from Normal, Illinois.
Sulphur, Louisiana.
Montpelier, Virginia.
And Austin, Texas.
From Louisville, Kentucky.
It's our first time in New York. It's our first time on TV.
We are back at 8:10 with the Today exclusive. And if your resolution is to get healthier in the new year, please pay attention to this one.
Yes, U.S. News and World Report is releasing a roundup of its best diets for 2024. We've got your first look this morning. Here to tell us more is Managing Health Editor Gretel Schuler. Gretel, good morning.
Good morning.
Before we get into the specific diets, how is it that U.S. News compiled this list?
Right. So we analyzed dozens and dozens of diets. We work very closely with our team of best diet panelists. These are 43 experts who specialize in weight loss, diet-related diseases, and nutrition. Basically, all they do is study the healthiest way to eat. And then this year, it's our 14th year doing it, we partnered with the Harris Poll to develop a robust methodology and survey, which our experts then use to analyze 30 different diets. And we considered everything from health risks and benefits, how likely it was that someone would stick with a diet long term. Because let's be honest, a diet may look good, it may look good on you, but if you can't stick with it for the long term, you'll be right back where you started.
Yeah, a lot of people are taking the Ozempic and all those different drugs. But if you're going to do diets, let's start with some of these. The keto diet came out on top if you want to lose weight like that.
Absolutely. So if you've got a special event, you need to lose weight quickly, the keto diet will work for that. It is a low-carb, high-fat diet. It really restricts your net carbs to 20. It's basically the equivalent of a slice of bread. So you're really
one slice of bread is all the
slice
carbs
of
you
bread
get per day.
So not a lot.
Yeah.
But having said that, you can lose. People have lost as much as 10 pounds in 2 weeks on this diet. So it definitely works. Our experts, however, will stress that this is not a diet you want to do for the long term. And in fact, other than for fast weight loss, this diet did not fare well across our rankings.
What about the overall best weight loss diet, which I think you guys found that it was Weight Watchers. Why is that?
That's right. So Weight Watchers, if you want to lose weight at a healthy pace, and a healthy pace is usually 1 to 2 pounds a week, or you want to maintain the weight that you have, Weight Watchers is the way to go. It is a membership-based program, but for folks who need extra support and guidance, it really offers that, one-on-one coaching and resources and so on.
All right, let's count down the top three. So let's start with number 3. This is a diet I actually had not heard of. I thought I'd heard of them all. This one's called the Mind Diet.
Right. So the Mind Diet is actually a combination of 2 really well-studied diets, the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet. What sets it apart is that it focuses on foods that are believed to be good for brain health. So those are things like nuts, berries, dark leafy greens, and foods rich in omega-3 fatty acids like salmon and herring.
Sure.
Okay, and so the second, number 2, is the DASH diet, which I don't think I've ever heard of. What's the DASH diet?
It too is a well-studied diet. DASH diet stands for Dietary Approaches to Stop Hypertension, and that's exactly what it's intended to do. It focuses on eating plenty of heart-friendly fiber as well as heart-friendly minerals like potassium, calcium, and magnesium.
All right, so numero uno, which is really no surprise, this is the one everyone seems to love the most, is the Mediterranean diet. Why did this one do so well?
Right. It's really no surprise. I mean, this is a lifestyle approach more than a diet. It's delicious. It doesn't restrict anything. I will say people tend to think Mediterranean diet, it's piles of pasta with cheesy sauce. That's not what it is. It's a plant-forward diet. So a typical Mediterranean meal might be eggplant stuffed with lentils and pine nuts and tomatoes and a drizzle of olive oil. And for dessert, you'd have some watermelon with feta cheese, for example. What's great about this diet, too, is that the basic tenets, high in veggies, have a little bit of seafood a few times a week with moderate amounts of poultry, eggs. Keep those red meats and sweets as special treats. You follow those tenets can really be adapted to any country's cuisine or anyone's dietary preference. So you can even do a Japanese version or a vegan version of this diet.
And I believe you can have a glass of wine from time to time on this diet.
You absolutely can.
Why would you know that?
Well, just ask for a friend.
That's it.
All right.
It's funny, a lot of people say that they're going to exercise to lose weight during the new year, but really 80% of it or so is really what you put in your body.
Absolutely. Yes, that's certainly true. And I love the Mediterranean diet because to me it's an example of how healthy eating can also be really delicious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Gretel, thank you
Thanks,
so
Gretel.
much. If you
Thank
want to check
you.
out this list and our guide to picking the best program for your body and goals, go check out today.com.
As you head out the door, take us with you. Today Show Radio, Sirius XM Channel 108. That way you don't miss the best time of the morning.
What is it?
An expanded, big pop star.
Wow, you're stretching. They're giving you the stretch sign.
That's right.
Well, let's get into it. We're going to start with our buddy Kelly Clarkson on Popstar. Good morning, everybody. The singer turned talk show host is on the cover of the latest issue of People magazine, opening up about her split from ex-husband Brandon Blackstock and sharing a peek inside her current love life. Kelly Clarkson telling the publication she is not dating, saying, quote, dating sucks. It's so awkward. I was single until I was like 30 and I forgot how really good at that I am. I love my kids. I have my family and my friends. I have my jobs. I have so much on my plate and it's all these beautiful things that are working really well. She continues, I'm really good right now. I'm having a good time. As for whether she would ever get married again, she says candidly no. Telling people she's never been someone who wanted to be married, and she's definitely not even thinking about it until her kiddos, River Rose and Remy, are out of the house. You can find the latest issue of People magazine on newsstands this Friday.
Let me just say
Hoda,
that Kelly,
go.
No, but just Kelly Clarkson is finding her moment.
Yes.
I've never seen her happier.
Yep.
She's right across from
Yeah.
us right here at 30 Rock. She's doing her talk show. She's singing. She's in Vegas.
Kids
her
are
kids are in
happy.
school here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's enjoying it.
date when you have 14 jobs.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Although be careful sometimes when you're not looking for love.
That's
what do
it.
they say?
Boom. You know.
When you fully accepted yourself in solitude and
Yeah,
your
that's
position
right.
in life that way.
That's when they come.
That's
Never
when
say
it
never.
happens. You never know. Next up, pop star tomorrow could be Kelly Clarkson's in love. Matthew McConaughey, in a video that's part of an online campaign with educator Nicholas Ferroni, the Oscar winner, had this sweet response when asked about his favorite teacher.
Okay, I've had many, thankfully, that have to do with where I've gone and where I'm going in life. But my favorite is honestly has been my mom. Inside the classroom and out. My mom was a teacher for 39 years. What I loved about my mom's teaching was you always started with the book. You always started with the history of what you were studying, then giving us experiential learning. Now, how do we take that out of the classroom?
Why isn't he a teacher? He'd be one of the greatest professors of all time.
He did teach
a college course.
He taught a college course.
Okay.
Course, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he'd be a great teacher. Matthew also revealing that Mama McConaughey was his actual teacher in kindergarten and substituted for him throughout high school. That'd be pretty cool. Next up to Jennifer Gardner. Over the years, Jen's mom, Pat, has become a real social media star thanks to the actress's Pretend cooking show.
We've got to reveal our sweaters. I'm hardly ever without buttermilk. A quote made famous by Pat Gardner herself. Do you have it memorized?
Even when you've memorized something, it's good to check the original recipe.
And this week, Garner celebrating a major milestone for her mom and dad, posting this pic on Instagram and writing in the caption, "Happy 59th anniversary." Wow, that's awesome. To my incredibly sweet, loving parents. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for giving my sisters and me such a secure, happy start to life. Wow, that's awesome to see that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Search for that perfect wave has always taken surfers to strange places. Well, today, that includes the desert.
A new surf club just opened in Palm Springs, of all places, and NBC's Jacob Soboroff grabbed his board, got a chance to experience it firsthand. How'd it go, Sobo?
It was honestly unbelievable. Happy New Year, guys. Thank you to our bosses for this assignment. Surfing is being transformed these days, ladies and gentlemen, as a new generation of wave pools is coming online. Each of them's got its own unique approach and technology, but sharing a similar mission to bring the thrill of surfing to people living hundreds of miles away from the nearest coast. It's a strange feeling to be on an early morning surf quest while going east into the desert. But with the opening of the Palm Springs Surf Club, board-toting surfers could become a permanent part of the landscape. We got a chance to test the waters just before the official public opening. There are settings for every skill level, from the Waikiki beginner version to the more advanced barrel option.
I've loved working on the Today Show. This could be my last shoot ever.
That one takes a little getting used to.
I'm in the desert. I'm surfing. Everybody's still alive. A great success.
Built on the side of an old water slide park, the 21-acre site's been years and some $80 million in the making. Clips from pro surfers like Jamie O'Brien have been bringing in some eyeballs online. But developers Vinny Smith and Colin O'Byrne say it's designed for everyone.
And this business is about entertainment, and we can't wait to watch beginners get in the pool and progress up into being an intermediate. Intermediates going to advanced. I mean, that's what this is about.
The average person will be able to come in here and surf. Is that fair to say?
And also just enjoy the park.
The goal, to make inland surfing as normal as skate parks. What do you say to purists who say the only way to surf is in the ocean?
Most of the purists that I've seen out here are pretty excited to see waves. That's great stuff.
This is the first of its kind in Southern California, and it's part of a global gold rush of man-made waves. In Abu Dhabi, Kelly Slater's promoting his company's technology, a train-like foil creating one perfect peeler at a time. At the Surf Lakes facility in Australia, a huge hydraulic plunger pumps out peaks in all directions at once. In South Korea and Brazil, wave garden pools use a system of paddles to create a variety of rides.
Hey, I'm gonna ramp up, so get them in position quick.
Here in Palm Springs, the wave's energy comes from a patented system of air jets designed to allow up to 25 surfers in the water at a time.
It's an engineering marvel where the hardware and software compatibility have kind of met up to create what you're looking at back there. It generates a ton of smiles.
A freshwater version of the perfect wave, an oasis of stoke in the desert. Oh, I look ridiculous. Carson knows this as a fellow Southern Californian. Water is a very precious resource out in the desert, but the park's owners say their 3.5 million gallon facility is using, this is cool, just 1% of the water that many of the golf courses out there end up soaking up. They're hoping to bring the Stoke of surfing to up to 200,000 people per year out there in Palm Springs, guys. I highly recommend it. It was so fun.
That looks
Carson, you look good.
You were
I'm not
surfing.
only from Southern California, I lived in Palm Springs too, and I used to go to the water park where that surf club is now.
Wow.
And I can tell you
Me
from,
too.
you know what it's like, Jacob, in the summer, and you know from Arizona. I mean, it's hot. That's going to be a really fun place.
Yeah,
cool.
yes.
Would you try it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Way to go, Sobo. Glad you
Thank you.
survived.
go.
Guys, coming up next, easy to follow tips to help your skin look its very best in 2024. But first, this is Today on NBC. Are you exfoliating?
I'm ready.
Carson?
I'm ready. I want to look like that guy.
We are back on this Wellness Wednesday with some skincare resolutions. Dr. Michelle Henry, a New York-based dermatologist, is here, and she's got some super simple tips to help your skin look its healthiest in the new year. Dr. Henry, good morning.
Good morning.
When I talk about dry January, this is what I mean. Our skin dries out so much in the winter, but everyone's different. So before we get into the different routines, the first thing is you got to know what kind of skin you have.
Exactly. Knowing your skin type is critical, and so it's genetically determined, and there are many categories. So dry, oily, combination, normal, sensitive. So there are a few things you could do to determine your skin type before you build out your regimen.
Okay.
So the first thing you need to do is wash your face. So wash your face with a gentle cleanser. Wait 15 minutes. If you're dry, pinch your jawline, pinch your cheek. It should feel rough. Tight. Then you'll know you're dry.
Yes.
If you're oily, we're going to take a clean tissue, or we're going to take blotting papers, blot your forehead, blot your nose. If it's oily, maybe you're a combination. To check for sensitive, we wait. We look at the skin. Is it red? Is it inflamed? Do you feel burning? You're likely sensitive. And if you're like, what are you talking about? You feel perfect, you're likely normal.
Okay, that's good. So that's the place to start. And once you know what type of skin you have, you can then address your regimen. Now you're doing beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Let's just say you're like, I've never done skincare. It's not my thing. This is where you start. What's the basic?
If you're a skincare newbie, your basics, simple steps. So right here, I love it. AM, PM cleanse, AM, PM moisturizer, AM sunscreen. I love these simple products. They're gentle, drugstore. So we have our CeraVe, which I love, our La Roche-Posay, packed with ceramides, gonna cleanse gently. Great hydrator. I I love this keel. So it's made for the worst weather. It has these glacial glycoproteins.
And this is like day and night for
Day
this. Okay.
and night. So 24 hours of hydration. And of course, you need your sunscreen. Always in the winter, still going to hydrate and blend beautifully.
And sunscreen is the last layer, last thing on top.
The last
if you
layer.
have dry skin, do you use a different cleanser than you would if you had oily skin?
So yes, if you have dry skin, you want to use more of a cream cleanser, something that's going to keep you well hydrated.
Okay.
If you're oily, a gel cleanser or foam.
Okay, great. Now let's do intermediate. So this is the basic. It's like clean, moisturize, SPF.
Exactly.
Now let's say you want to add some serums.
Exactly.
There's a lot. They all have fancy names. How do you know which ones work?
So if you're leveling up for your intermediate steps, serums are a must. So daily serums. I also like adding some masks, so once or twice a week, or even exfoliator. So these are some of my favorite serums. We have our SkinCeuticals. So this is probably one of the best tested serums in all of skincare. Vitamin C, going to protect you when you're outside. The Genifique has some prebiotics, so it's going to help that healthy bacteria. The Kiehl's has some nice botanicals and antioxidants. It's all about protecting the skin. And if you're suffering from dark spots, this L'Oreal, the Bright Reveal is fantastic. It has niacinamide, and so we get that even in the winter.
So wait, can you use, like if you wanted to do 4 serums, can you do it?
So I don't like kitchen chemists. I would say like keep it simple.
Yeah.
So maybe 1 in the morning, 1 at night.
Okay.
So if you're using something that has peptides, that's great at night when your skin's restoring itself. Something like the Bright Reveal, something with vitamin C is fantastic for the daytime.
Okay, so you cleanse, moisturize, then serum, or serum, then moisturize?
Great question. So we say thinnest to thickest. So you cleanse, and then your serum, which is thin, and your moisturizer to lock it in.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And in the morning, SPF on top.
Exactly.
All right, now this is for the people who want to go. They're going in hard. We're going to devices. What are these?
Yeah, so
and do they work? That's always my question.
They do work. So we brought you the best of the best. So if you're a skincare black belt and you really want to take it to the next level, this is what you're doing. We're doing our retinoids, and then we're leaning in heavily on tech. So we have great tech here.
Okay.
So we have LED therapy. So LED therapy is light therapy, and that's a great one. It looks.
Can I put it on?
Absolutely.
I just want to scare my children. Okay.
So it looks super cool.
Oh my gosh!
It looks super cool. Has red light, blue
I
light.
look like a stormtrooper. Okay.
Red light's great for anti-aging. Blue light is great for acne, and you can blend them, which is super cool.
Does
about
this have
device.
both, red
It has
and blue?
Both, and you can blend it. 3
Okay.
minutes a day. So fantastic.
Okay, that's cool.
And then let's say
that's expensive though. Okay.
you're dealing with some congestion. You want to unclog your pores gently. The Dermaflash Dermapore is great. So it uses these vibrations to get out those whiteheads and blackheads really gently.
Okay.
So really love that. Also helps your serums. And then we have microcurrent. So microcurrent helps to tighten and lift. So this is great. I gave this one for Christmas. Helps to lift the skin.
This is that thing you roll on it.
You roll it on. It's really nice.
How often do you have to use it though? Like I actually have this, but I don't really do it because I just get lazy. Like how often would you really have to do it?
Consistency is key. So daily use is great. Just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes. So daily use is good. And then we have the Beauty Bio. Let's turn this one on. It's a micro needling.
Ooh.
So you can feel it here.
Oh,
it's not going to hurt the skin, but it's going to help to stimulate collagen. So you kind of make these little hash marks, cover the full face, just 60 seconds. It's going to help to stimulate some collagen. It's going to help your serums absorb. So really nice addition to super boosting your skincare.
Dr. Henry, thank you so much. We'll take it all. You can find these products at today.com/shop. We should mention Today does earn a small commission from those purchases you make from our links. Craig.
All right, SG. Up next. If you are perhaps aiming for that dry January, doesn't mean you have to sacrifice flavor or fun. We're going to shake it up after this. We're going to mix up some delicious mocktails to help you stick with it all month. But first, this is Today on NBC. Well done.
All right.
back. It is 8:51. We're back with a special edition of Today Food as we step into the new year with some fresh resolutions, some healthy habits, perhaps. A lot of folks have set their sights on dry January. In fact, research shows that about a quarter of all adults will be trying it out this month. And to keep that resolution on track, we have some help for you this morning, some recipes for delicious mocktails. We're joined by award-winning bartender and mixologist Lynette Marrero. Lynette, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, first of all, before we dig into some of these mocktails, benefits. If you go dry for the month, what are some of the health benefits? What do we know about that?
Well, what's awesome is Dry January has kind of become a holiday that we celebrate every year, and it's just a really great way to rethink how you drink.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, maybe they get a little damp, maybe they're fully dry, but it's a time to think about, replacing some of your rituals that you're normally used to, like coming home, having a glass of wine. So instead, try a non-alcoholic cocktail instead, and just see how that replaces and just helps you get back to your mental health and wellness and all those, goals people have after the new year to trim down.
Yeah, and what I love about these, as we're about to find out, they don't lack flavor. I mean, a lot of them actually taste like traditional cocktails. So you guys, Carson, you look confused.
I'm just looking at the alcohol behind you. I'm wondering if I can go grab a bottle.
Right, yeah.
I don't think it's
well, the good thing about
need it.
The good thing about these is we have functionals here today. So this is the way that this category has actually really expanded. You're going to see more of this. So they have functionals and adaptogens. So things like CBD, mushrooms, botanicals. So what you're going to get is actually that feeling of having a good drink. So the first one we're starting with is the all-nighter espresso martini.
I feel like the espresso martini is having a moment. We were just talking about the espresso martini.
It has continued to expand and grow, but what we're doing here is we're using Aplos Arise, which has some really great functionals that can keep you going, enjoy the party. Espresso, obviously, is a key ingredient, and then a non-alc espresso liqueur from Lyre's that gives you that nice roundness. They have some really great products. They really help you work on your favorite classic cocktails, and then I like to garnish it with a little bit of glitter and cinnamon.
Oh, glitter makes everything better.
If you're not going to be drinking alcohol, then it better look like the most fun cocktail ever. And then this is one of those things. Like, you can hang out with your friends, you can be clubbing with them, and if you have this kind of cocktail, you will be all set.
No, either. You weren't advertising
the real
your Dry
thing.
January.
We'll try that. Did you try it, guys?
Yeah, it's good. It's got a little kick to it, too.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of that sparkle. I put a little bit of a cinnamon with a touch of cayenne.
Cinnamon,
so you get a little bit of that fun, which again gives you that flush. Makes you feel like you had a cocktail.
A little bit of gin.
So that's the all-nighter espresso martini.
Right.
What's this next one?
So this is the Betty Draper. Which
this is your favorite. The Betty Draper martini.
So she might have wanted to take a break and have one of these. So what we're doing here is we're actually adding a little bit of mouthfeel that you kind of really crave from a good martini by using a premium olive oil and fat washing.
What is fat washing?
So fat washing is taking something with fat, obviously.
I was just thinking that. We're all at the same thought.
Stop it. Sorry about that.
No worries.
What is fat washing?
We've seen actually the Bentonville Old Fashioned, which was created at PDT here in New York, where they used to take bacon fat and infuse it into the bourbon. Here I'm taking that idea, taking premium olive oil, infusing it into the non-alc spirit, and then adding some non-alc vermouth and some premium olive brine. So you just kind of put it in the freezer, then you strain it through a coffee filter, and that's going to go ahead and strain out all the olive oil. You kind of see it sitting on top.
That's some fat washing there.
Yeah, until you get these beautiful martinis, which I like to do these grandma style, which is adding the olive and the twist. So, it's like, why do you have to ever decide? Have both.
That's right. Why not?
Why not?
We're adults.
We're indulging right now.
Cheers.
So this gives you the vibe of kind of like a dirty martini meets like a Gibson, which is also a really popular classic cocktail. But again, looks like you are drinking a really intense big cocktail, classic cocktails, because you shouldn't only have sweet sugar.
If you've got a group coming over and everyone's participating in Dry January, how do we make this sangria?
Right, so we are going to use a non-alcoholic Syrah here. You can use red verjus, which is actually like a sophisticated grape juice that most wineries make. And then you're going to go ahead and add one of our non-alcoholic spirits that you have. I add these wine functionals from Apothecary.
This is pretty good.
I like that.
Yeah,
this is good.
So it tastes like a mulled wine, right? Yeah. So I add some star anise, some cinnamon, some lemon, just put everything you've got in there, and then our mold here, which is just take a bunt. Why not? Put
45 seconds left for this last one.
All right. Well, this is our last. This is Cheers. This is another one of my favorite classic cocktails, which is the French 75. So again, you can go ahead and take that. I'm adding some mint syrup, some lavender bitters, which are also non-alc, and we are going to top that with some spring in a bottle from our nice little Long Island,
Wolfers.
beautiful Wolfers.
Yeah.
That's nice. This is their non-alcoholic rosé.
Delicious.
That is
Cheers,
nice.
That's really
refreshing,
good.
and bright.
Linda, thank you.
Tasty one.
Cheers to
Cheers.
Dry January.
That's right.
You can find her recipes and more on today.com/food. We're back with the third and fourth hours after this, after your local news and weather.
I want a fat one.
Thank you.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Snow Way, a major storm on the move. Tens of millions of us bracing for heavy rain. Parts of the Northeast on alert for the possible first big snowfall in nearly 2 years, and we're tracking all of it. Opening up, Bruce Willis's family sharing a look at their private moments with the Hollywood star and a special message of hope from his wife. Plus, in today's checklist, how to take control of your health in 2024, the appointments we need to make, and the numbers we all need to know. And in Today Food, 2 great dinner recipes packed with flavor. The best part, all you need is one pot. Today, Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Hey, good morning to you. Welcome to this third hour of Today. Whole team back.
Hey, welcome back.
On what day?
There you go. Hump
Mike.
day.
What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
Mike. And Dylan's back for her long weekend.
Yes.
Hey, you celebrated a special birthday.
We did. I mean, we had New Year's like everybody. I haven't been on social media, so I wasn't really posting stuff, but we had just an awesome time. My mom came to visit, and the boys got sleeping bags for Christmas. So we had a huge sleepover in the living room all night long. We slept on the couch. Eventually, Ollie ended up in the couch with me. Calvin ended up on the blow-up bed. But and then yesterday was Ollie's 4th birthday. And it was like,
that went by fast.
It went by so fast. We took him to play Angry Birds at the American Dream Mall over in New Jersey.
Did you go?
Oh, that's
He's
great.
obsessed with mini golf. So we took him there. We went out to dinner. The boys just had, I mean, it was just a special day. You know, they rode their scooters over to go out to eat, and it was just, I just can't.
Oh my gosh.
But I feel so bad for Ollie with the January 2nd birthday.
Yeah.
Like, no one wants to come down. Nobody wants to celebrate. Everybody's sick of presents. So.
Nobody's ever sick of presents.
Well, he wasn't. I'm sick of wrapping presents.
Ah, there we go. All right. Well, you get
Happy birthday, Al.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, we love you.
Day.
Mwah. Well, by this weekend, we could also be celebrating the return of snow. Got a storm that's moving cross country. Chance it could bring the first significant snow in nearly 2 years to several cities. Look at this. Richmond, it's been 717 days since we had 1 inch of snow or more. Philly, 704. New York, 689. Longest snow drought in Philadelphia. New York, we're looking longest snow drought in Baltimore. And so we may see a change, though. Here comes this coast to coaster. West Coast storm, it moves inland, rain and snow into the basin, the southwest. Then we move into tomorrow. Heavy snow for the southern Rockies. Showers and thunderstorms moving into West Texas. And then we look for heavy rain along the Gulf. They'll get heavy rain today. That's going to exacerbate the problem for this weekend. And then Saturday, the storm moves along the mid-Atlantic coast. Snow expanding in the northeast. Now, the track of the storm is really going to be really crucial along the I-95 corridor. Right now, wind, rain, snow, sleet likely. That's if this storm becomes a coast hugger. That will bring in the warmer temperature, the warmer air from the ocean, and then inland it'll have heavy snow. But if it stays a little further south, that cold air comes in, heavier snow from Washington to New York on into Boston, and we could be looking at really appreciable amounts of snow. Still too early to give you any accumulations, but this is the best chance we've had in about 2 years.
So what we're pulling for the farther south track.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because everybody, a lot of kids in the Northeast got those sleds and toboggans. Let's go. Want to use those bad
Our
boys.
kids are supposed to go back to school on Monday, so they're going to be like, yes. Maybe we'll get some more time. Schools like not closing for snow anymore in New York? That's true. I don't know.
We'll see.
They go
We
virtual.
shall see. All right, well, we have an update this morning on the health of Hollywood star Bruce Willis. His family is opening up about their private moments over the holidays. NBC entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more on that. Chloe, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It has been an incredibly challenging year for Bruce Willis's family, but they are rallying around him. His daughter is sharing never-before-seen photos, and his wife, Emma Hemming, sending a special message to all caregivers.
Welcome to the party, pal!
It's been nearly 2 years since the family of legendary actor Bruce Willis shared his private health battle with the world. that he had been diagnosed with a rare form of dementia.
How do I really feel about today? Well, how do I look?
Now Willis's wife, Emma Hemming, opening up about the emotional struggles she faces daily.
Holidays are hard. Anniversaries are hard. But for me this year, it has really been about community.
The video posted just days after her touching tribute to her husband, celebrating 16 years together, writing, "My love and adoration for him only grows." And two of his daughters from his marriage to Demi Moore, Scout and Tallulah Willis, sharing never-before-seen photos with their dad. In one, Scout rests her head on Willis's chest, and in her Instagram caption, she writes in part, "Welcome to the joy." Tallulah reflecting on the past year, sharing this photo holding her father's hand, writing in part, "Found myself, found my life, found my health." Willis's family first announced his diagnosis of aphasia in 2022 and said he would be retiring from acting. Last year, they revealed his condition had progressed to frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. The disorder can cause personality changes and make it difficult to speak or comprehend language. Emma sat down with Hoda in September to talk about her husband's condition.
Does he know what's going on? Is that something that he is aware of? Hard to know. It's hard to know.
Yeah. Now, as Willis's family continues to play a supporting role in the action star's health battle, they're thanking those who have stood by their side.
Please find support. Find your people. It honestly feels like the biggest, warmest hug.
Bruce's wife, Emma, is now an advocate, raising awareness about the rare condition and helping her fellow care partners, as she calls them, get the support that they need as well. You know, something else, Emma Hemming, she posted on Instagram yesterday, on her Instagram story, she circled a quote from a book called Floating in the Deep End, published in 2022 by Patti Davis. And Patti Davis is the daughter of former President Ronald Reagan, who passed away in his 90s and had Alzheimer's. And in it, she says, the quote is about people being toxic, having a toxic attitude towards the families and the loved ones of those who care for people with Alzheimer's and dementia, because Emma is saying it's not just the patients that are affected, it's the entire family.
And that ripple effect, you know, and it's one of those things where it's a nonstop 24/7 job, and these people a lot of times don't get a break.
Thankless. And this is why people are connecting with Emma so much. I mean, if you look at the comment section, it's just flooded with support, but also people saying, I see you and I feel seen by the things that you're saying. She's like, look, we just celebrated our 16 years together. They've been married, I think, for about 14, but 16 years together. And she said, look at me. You know, I haven't showered. I just got off the phone with a friend and I just had a good cry. This is hard. And, you know, it's obviously incredibly devastating to see what's happening to Bruce Willis, but it's affecting his children, his ex-wife, Demi Moore. I mean, at one point, they were all living under the same roof together, supporting one another.
But the good news, it spreads out, and people, as you said, people hear they're being seen and get that support.
And just to say, in my final thought, you know, it's spreading so much awareness and a conversation that Patti Davis has said, you know, in the 90s when Ronald Reagan was going through this and he publicly came out and said that he had Alzheimer's, you know, this was not a conversation that people were really having. And there's so much more awareness now, especially with social media, for Emma Hemming to be able to come out and really show the day-to-day behind-the-scenes struggles. There's so much empathy, obviously, that we all have for her, and it's so important.
And the love for him.
Caregiving is God's work. We don't talk about it enough in this country. So
thank you, Cloyd.
Thank you, Cloyd.
Welcome back. We've got today's checklist, and we're going to break down what we all need to do to take control of our health in 2024. From annual tests to visits and vaccinations, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Tara Narula is here to lay out our health checklist for the new year. Doc, good to see you.
Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year to you. So a new year makes sense. A time to schedule that visit with the doctor, do the test, all that. So how do we start this off?
Right. So this is a great time for people to pick up the phone and call their primary care doctor. Why is the primary care doctor so important? Well, a lot of us have specialists, cardiologists, dermatologists, but nobody that's looking at the big bird's eye view of you, right? And what's going to be important to keep you healthy going forward. So I like to say the primary care is like the quarterback of the team. You can meet with them, talk about how do I stay ahead of the curve in terms of prevention with screenings and vaccinations. Take a look at your medication list. Lots of people walk around with medications they've had for years.
Right.
Some interact with others. So I usually say take pictures of your bottles, your supplements, and bring them in and go over your med list. It's a great time also to bring questions. So write down a couple questions you have, because when you get in the office, you usually forget.
Yeah.
And then it's really how I think about building a relationship. Like with any relationship, when you want to be vulnerable, you need trust, and that takes time. So making that every year visit gives you time to feel safe, to open up about things that may be going on in your personal life that affect your health or other matters, and also for the doctor to get to know you. So when I see my patients every 6 months or every year, I can tell when something's off or something's different. So that's really for
So
me
establish a
part.
baseline.
Correct, exactly.
Thanks.
That's so interesting. You know how many people just go to the doctor and they just sit ready to receive? Do you know what I mean? As opposed to saying, especially you mentioned supplements. People are taking all sorts of stuff.
You want to
should
be
know.
proactive.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
good. All right, let's talk about knowing your numbers and some of the tests that we need to do.
So would you ever go on vacation and not know how much money was in your bank account? Would you ever get in your car and know how much fuel was in the tank? So it's really important to know your numbers, because that's what's going to keep you moving forward.
Good analogy.
Right? Okay.
All right.
So the numbers that you need to know: blood pressure, cholesterol numbers, blood sugar, and your weight or body mass index. So let's talk about a normal blood pressure is usually 120 over 80. Once you go over 130 over 80, that's high blood pressure. Cholesterol numbers, you're usually going to hear about 4: total cholesterol, HDL, LDL, and triglycerides. You want your HDL, the good one, to be above 40 for men, above 50 for women. The LDL, the bad one, to be below 100 ideally. Total cholesterol below 200 and triglycerides below 150. Blood sugar. So usually a fasting blood sugar that's less than 100 is a healthy one. We also sometimes talk about a number called hemoglobin A1C, which is a marker of how well your sugar's been controlled over the last 3 months. That should be less than 5.7. And last, body mass index or waist circumference. A lot of us want to know, are we a healthy height-weight ratio? That's your BMI. If it's between about 18.5 and 25, that's healthy. Waist circumference for women, less than 35. For men, less than 40. The American Heart Association has a great tool called the My Life Check. You can go on and you can get a sense of what your heart score is. We know that CVD,
you plug in the numbers and it tells you the health of your heart.
It'll
based
walk
on...
you through, yes, and it'll give you tips for how you can keep yourself healthy. And then one more number, Chanel, the phone number to your family members. Why? Because your family history is really important. So call them up and know what your risk factors might be.
That's good. All right. Before we get to cancer screenings, I want to say anybody who really needs them needs to call today, because it could take months to schedule an appointment.
My sister-in-law over Christmas holiday just told me that it's basically a 10-month wait for her colonoscopy.
Yeah.
10 months.
I waited 8 months to get a mammogram appointment for this week, but it's my first one because I'm in that age group now.
Correct. So screenings are so important because we have great treatments for cancer, but you got to get to things early, right? So let's talk about the 4 most important ones that we focus on. So cervical cancer, you can see for women, should start around age 25 with an HPV test or Pap test. Breast cancer screening. So women should have the choice to begin annual mammograms at age 40. Absolutely by age 45, they should be doing their annual mammograms. Colon cancer, for those who are at average risk, usually you start your colonoscopies at 45 or above. And then last is prostate cancer. You can talk to your doctor about getting screened once you're over 50, but if you're African American or if you had a family member who had prostate cancer, father or brother, before 65, you might want to start screening earlier. And again, all of these depend on really your own risk too, and your family history. Yeah.
All right, let's from screenings to vaccinations here, Dr. Narula. What are some of the routine vaccinations that we should all be getting right now?
Right. So this is all going to depend also on your age, your health status, job, travel, all of that. But in general, you can think about it broken down by age. So if you're basically 19 to 49, you want flu, you want to be up to date on flu, COVID, MMR, something called Tdap or tetanus, diphtheria, and then and COVID. Sorry, flu, COVID, MMR, Tdap. Those are kind of the big ones.
ones, and hepatitis B. Once you're over 50, then we think about shingles. So that's another one to talk to your doctor about. When you're over 65, pneumonia, you want to get vaccinated for pneumonia. And then RSV is our newest one that you can have a conversation with your doctor about starting over the age of 60.
All right. Last but certainly not least, we spent a lot of time talking about our physical well-being, our mental well-being. Oh, we're going to use the same panel. My mistake there. Mental health.
This is so important.
Yeah,
I mean, we can't talk about this enough. And I just had a conversation in my office yesterday with someone saying, I can't really address your heart issues until we address what's going on up here, right? So it's so important to focus on how somebody is doing mentally. And that may mean seeing a therapist.
Yeah.
This is a great time, again, because of the long waits to pick up the phone and call and get plugged in. Mindfulness, there's lots of great apps we can use.
Yeah.
And then social connectedness. So one of the best New Year's resolutions would be to connect with your family members, friends, join a group. We know that loneliness is a big risk factor for
Especially as you get older.
Absolutely.
Going back to what Dylan just said, do we know why it's taking so long for folks to schedule routine screening?
It's not so much the it's backup, a lot of it from COVID still, unfortunately, that everybody's now starting to get these tests. But those waits are really incredibly long. So
crazy.
Important to make those calls today.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good information this morning. All right, when we come back, our series, The Upside, an artist who created a whole new way to share and show the beauty of nature. And then later, if you're looking for a motivational boost this new year, this man is here for you. Author Isaac Fitzgerald has the perfect book for you and other great picks too. We'll be right back. This morning in our series, The Upside, a unique and talented artist whose medium is Mother Nature. But it was only after a health crisis she learned to see the beauty that is all around us.
I mean, literally since I was 5, I knew what I wanted to do.
Vicki Rollins says she was born an artist.
When I was creating, I felt my most whole.
But her most important work isn't made using a canvas or paints, but rather leaves and flowers.
So I feel like I'm painting with the foliage.
Mother Nature is her canvas. Foliage is her muse.
You have this tree that is literally just like bleeding flowers or all these leaves that anybody else would be like, those are dead and mildewed. And I'm like, no, they're perfect. Every time I get out of a car when I'm at Costco or CVS, I can't help it. I just start picking stuff up.
And once she photographs the portrait that will become a print, it's all swept away and recycled back to nature. Vicki's flower art blossomed at the end of a long and painful journey. In 2011, her 2 kids were grown, and she had wrapped up a career as a successful mural artist in Chicago.
I'm sort of at this great time in my life. I'm painting in my studio, just hunky-dory.
And then one day, she was prescribed a powerful antibiotic for an ordinary bacterial infection.
My world turned upside down. My whole body was just on fire, burning, and my tendons and ligaments.
Such a reaction is called fluoroquinolone toxicity. It's a rare, severe side effect that can be caused by this type of antibiotic.
I ended up in the hospital and seeing neurologists and all sorts of doctors. And there's really nothing that really they could do except for take steroids or painkillers.
Her long-term prognosis was even more devastating.
They were like, you're not going to be able to hang on to things. You might need a wheelchair. I mean, you can go deaf and blind.
And she realized she wasn't able to hold a paintbrush.
It was terrifying. But at the same time, I have always had this sort of inner thing where I'm like, I'm going to get through this. I know I'm going to be okay.
Vicki began a meditation practice and a holistic healing journey that would last several years. And she credits her time spent as a personal trainer with knowing how to manage a body in crisis.
I just never felt like I was a victim of something. I just felt like this is happening for me, not to me. Then I hit this point where, okay, this is my new normal and I'm just going to go on.
Her first step was learning to paint again with a few small watercolors.
And then, I don't know, I just started looking out the window and I'm going, wow, I see these leaves across the street.
On a whim, she made a portrait with foliage and wound up bringing her new medium to life.
So it was pushing me out the door. I'm like, I need to go get some stuff. And so I'm gonna get outside. Gonna involve walking a little bit, maybe being uncomfortable or whatever, but I'm gonna get outside and I'm gonna start doing this. It was sort of self-prescribed therapy. Then I just got addicted to it.
Vicki sent a photo of one of her creations to her daughter, Brooke, who recognized an opportunity.
This was not anything to like sell or anything like that. This was just literally playtime, you know, and having fun.
10 years ago, Brooke convinced her mom to start an online business, Sister Golden, which now includes a store and a book.
And she said, well, we're going to start with your artwork. And I was like, what? I haven't been doing anything, you know, just in survival mode. And she said, that's okay, Mom, just keep painting.
And paint she did.
I feel so blessed. And literally, the art is being sold around the world, everywhere. It's crazy, the people that write us and have been touched.
It's amazing. So Vicki says that physically she's doing well. She has many more good days than bad days. She lives in California part-time and also works with her daughter Brooke at their studio and gallery in Door County, Wisconsin. But to be able to see leaves or whatever it is and then create,
especially those portraits that we just saw, the true likeness of
It's amazing. And what's so great is out of some kind of adversity, she adapted, and that's just such a great lesson for all of us.
That's why they call it the upside.
Yep.
Beauty from ashes, beauty from ashes.
It's a new year, which means new books. We've gathered some of the best new releases to kick off our 2024 reading resolution. So here to help us out is Isaac Fitzgerald, author of the best-selling memoir, Dirtbag, Massachusetts. Good morning, Isaac.
Good morning. Happy New Year. How we all doing?
All my book recommendations come from you. Like, I loved your excitement about books, and this first one just received a Best Motion Picture nomination.
Okay, let me tell you this, all right? This book is fantastic. It's Erasure by Percival Everett. Now, listen, this book came out in 2001, but if you missed it then, now's the time to read it because it just got made into a fantastic movie called American Fiction. It's by first-time director Cord Jefferson. Let me tell you who's in this. Jeffrey Wright is in this. Issa Rae is in this. Sterling K. Brown is in this. Erica Alexander is in this. It's a fantastic, fantastic movie. Now, let me tell you what's about.
Leslie Uggams is in it.
There's so many great, wonderful actors in this. I just saw it. The place was packed. Everyone was laughing. It's about a black college professor. His writing career is not going that well. He writes a kind of tongue-in-cheek joke of a novel under a surname. It's called My Pathology, and then they changed the name to something I cannot say on television. And it brings him wild success. He meant it as kind of a send-up of the publishing industry, brings him wild success. But what I love about this movie and what I love about this book is at its core, it's a family drama. It's a beautiful American family tale. See the movie, buy the book.
Did the movie stay pretty close to the book?
It really did. So the book is fantastic. The whole joke book is in this book. So if
It's a book within a book.
Listen, this is the most meta recommendation I've ever done. A movie based on a book, and there's a book within this book. It's fantastic. But no, Cord Jefferson did a wonderful job and really stuck with it. And Percival Everett was an executive producer on it, so it's great.
Well, you know, I love a good romance novel.
Yes.
You do?
Man.
No.
My man. I'm ready. I'm ready to sell you on this.
What's the love story here?
Let me tell you. Binding 13. It's by Irish writer Chloe Walsh. It's a beautiful tale about basically a very kind of alpha, strong jock. His name is John, and this wonderful, shy character named Shannon. Of course, it's a will they or won't they, right? We all know this story a little bit. What makes this one so great, of course, is the Irish background, but also it centers on rugby, all right? All I have to say to sell this book is rugby thighs. That's all I have to do to sell this book.
All right.
But no, let me tell you this. What makes this book so wonderful is it's so in-depth. The relationships, the friendships. It's not just about the romance. You don't want this book to end. And I'm lucky to say, one, it's very long, but you don't want it to end. When you come to the end, there are so many more books coming soon. It's called The Boys of Tomans. There you go.
We love that.
Is it a picture
For
book
those of
with
us-
those rugby legs?
No, listen, you got to use your imagination.
No pictures? Wow. You really got to get out
He's
with
just talking about the rugby thighs.
Anyway, as far as 1,000 words, this is a book for people who want to do more writing themselves.
Absolutely, and I know we've got some writers here among us, but I just want to say, if you are a reader who thinks 2024 is your year to start that project that you want to work on, this is the book for you. It's 1,000 words. It's by this wonderful New York Times bestselling author, Jamie Attenberg, and what she did is she gathered writing advice and tips from over 50 household names. Lauren Groff's in this, Roxane Gay's in this, Celeste Ng is in this. There's so many, some Emma Straub, Today Show favorite, Jasmine Guillory is in this. So it's all this wonderful writing tips, but what I love is it makes writing feel doable. And it's so encouraging. I'm working on a big project myself right now, and this book is helping me.
When will we hear about this big project?
Oh, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't you worry.
Squeeze in two more. Okay,
Yes.
this one you say the next one is set to become the most talked about thriller of 2024.
Let me tell you, Anna, I'm going to keep it quick on this one, but let me tell you, how do you make a thriller about a character that's been asleep for 4 years? I don't know how Matthew Blake did it, but he did. This book is so intense. 25-year-old woman, she murders 2 people. There's no rhyme or reason to why she did it, but she's been asleep for 4 years since. Now there's a forensic psychologist who has to wake her up and really has to figure things out, but he's got secrets of his own. This is told from multiple perspectives. It is a page turner. If you are if you are a fan of The Sleep Patient, you are going to love this book. It is so good.
I love this excitement. Okay, now if we want to laugh, the best
Here we go.
book
I
for
love
that.
this one. Jesse David Fox, comedy book. Here is a thrilling book that looks at comedy the way it should be. It is an art form. Comedy is seeping into all of our conversations right now. Doesn't it seem that way?
Yeah.
This is a fantastic book that looks at that, but still manages to be funny. It is not dry. He ties in his own relationship with comedy. He has written about comedy as a critic for Vulture for over 10 years.
Oh, I know. Okay.
Yeah, this is like talking to your best friend about something that he's obsessed with.
He knows about.
It's so good, but also it's a great look at the last 25 years of comedy, and again, how it's become part of the national conversation. It's an art form that, as Rodney Dangerfield says, gets no respect.
That's right.
But it's changing.
Before you go, Al just asked about it. We do have a little time. Tell us. So you correct me if I'm wrong. You're working on a novel about Johnny Appleseed, and it's got you traveling the country?
I love that. Thank you so much. The one thing is it's not a novel, it's a memoir.
Okay.
Basically, Ron Chernow, right? We all know him. Wonderful writer. He can write these big, large biographies. I love them, but I'm not that academic. But what I can do is go walk around where Johnny Appleseed, known as John Chapman, did walk. So I've spent this whole past year, Massachusetts, Western Pennsylvania, all around Ohio, into Fort Wayne, Indiana. I went to the Johnny Appleseed National Convention. I went to see a Tin Caps game, which is a minor league baseball team in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Why, Johnny?
What's your why?
Let me tell you why. Because during the pandemic, I started walking 20,000 steps a day.
Wow.
And I was going to walk across the country. And my girlfriend said, great idea. You won't have a girlfriend when you come back, but good luck. And she said, is there somebody that you love who walked a lot? And I picked him as an American
Like
figure.
walking in his shoes kind
He's
of
a
thing?
real man. His name was John Chapman, and he's fascinating. I can't wait to tell you all about it.
I can't wait to read this.
Listen, I need to write it.
Wow. Okay, there's that. But I'm sure you'll.
I've done the walking, and this year's about the writing.
I'm sure you'll get to his core.
Thank you.
That was a good
Sorry.
You're laughing at jokes every day.
No, I'm sorry. I loved it.
I'm sorry.
so much, Isaac.
I'm
We
so
always
red
love
right
when
now.
You are red. For
Thank
more
you.
on Isaac's January picks, head to today.com/books.
I kind of feel like you should just stay with Al wherever he goes to make him feel good when he makes these jokes.
Hey, quit.
He makes me feel good.
Quit planting seeds.
Yeah!
Woo!
All right, this new year means a chance to look ahead at new beginnings. And this morning, we are looking into the stars for the 2024 Astrology Outlook. Here to help us is astrologer and author of Seasons of the Zodiac, Stephanie Campos, and she is here. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, so for the sake of time, because I feel like we always run out of time, you take the 12 signs and you put them into 3 categories to kind of make it easier for everybody to understand. So the first category, one of the best, Aries, which happens to be mine. You have Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. What do they have to look forward to?
So Aries and Libra's main focus is going to be on their close relationships, whether it's with a best friend, a romantic partner, or a business collaborator. They could have some big dramatic changes. And
So for better or worse, like I
new
may-
beginnings or endings.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Cancer and Capricorn are going to focus on their public and private lives. So they could be considering a life-altering move. Maybe they're achieving a lifelong milestone, or they have some big changes within their family relationships and dynamics.
Before we get to the next group, the Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, I just want to say for Mr. Skeptical over here, last time you were here, you said he'd have an addition to the family.
Uh-huh.
That, you know what? You're right. We got a puppy.
Just welcome into the
That's
Look at
true.
that.
We did get an addition.
Congrats.
And I was opposed to it for a while. Holy smokes! I hadn't remembered that.
Well, as a Taurus, that makes sense. You take your time to.
Oh my God!
Change.
Wow.
Change can be rough.
Now listen.
Wow.
I don't want you predicting any other additions to the family.
Yeah. Oh
But since he's a Taurus, I'm a Leo, and then Scorpio and Aquarius, what can we all look forward to?
So Taurus and Scorpio may experience some liberating shakeups in their relationships. This could be a surprise engagement or maybe even leaving a partnership that they've outgrown. But they could also land a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity or collaboration. Leo and Aquarius may feel called to change their career trajectory altogether. This is very much going viral energy. So if they've been wanting to build up their TikTok moment, this could be it for them.
Going viral energy.
Yes.
So that is something.
You should get on the top.
It's now time to join TikTok.
That's right. Yeah. Last but not least, we got Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces.
Yes, so Gemini and Sagittarius can expect some rapid growth in their personal and professional milestones. They may also receive a promotion, be taking on more responsibility at work, and this could require them to set better work-life balance boundaries. And Virgo and Pisces can expect a career milestone. It's also possible they're buying, selling, renovating a home, or maybe even deciding to expand their family.
So people like to talk about Mercury in retrograde, and I've heard that, but I read recently that Mars is in retrograde.
You read that?
Yes, you read that?
In the notes. I mean, I read that in the notes. It's in the notes.
Yes, so Mars retrograde can be a little bit more obnoxious than Mercury retrograde because Mars is the planet of energy, action, and anger.
I must be the Mars retrograde.
We're
You said
dealing.
what I was thinking.
So we're dealing with our repressed anger and frustrations. We also lose our motivation and energy, but it's a really great time to set stronger boundaries and reconsider what we pour our effort and energy into.
Is that for everybody?
Everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you always have predictions. Dylan writes them down and then texts us when the day comes. And then sits and stares at the sky and waits.
I love it. I love it.
So go ahead. You can start.
Okay. So in April, you could experience a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity or collaboration. It's also possible your partner experiences an exciting milestone or maybe someone important in your life.
Okay, April. Right.
Yeah.
That's special.
That means we're going to get a text every day.
Every day in April.
April.
I'm waiting, guys.
Is today the day? Is it my turn or no?
No, just
Alan Chanel,
looped in.
because you're both Virgo risings.
All right.
So after May 26th, you can expect some personal and professional milestones to manifest, and your day-to-day life could change in a transformative way. So you can also kick some bad habits that you've been wanting to get rid of for quite some time and make big changes.
No, I'm a nighttime snacker. It's got to stop. Didn't know this to be my therapy, but last night the Cheez-Its were out of control.
So after May 26th, you'll stop
Yes,
that.
you'll
And what about Craig?
What about Craig?
In December, this is going to be a great time for you to reconsider what you pour your energy into, the way that you prioritize your personal goals, and to reflect on navigating the path forward in new ways.
Oh,
I like that.
But that's at the end of the year, so
There you go.
I got some time to.
Stephanie,
This was
thank
great,
you so
Stephanie.
much.
This was
Thank you
good.
so much for
Thank
having me.
And you have a little Bambino coming too.
I do have a Bambina, yes.
She's going to join our
What's
group.
she gonna be?
She's going to be a little Aries.
We are a delightful.
And she's going to be a little chaos.
We are a delightful
Yes,
species.
exactly.
All right.
Thank you, Stephanie.
For more of Stephanie's thoughts and predictions, just head to today.com/astrology.
All right, well, here's a prediction. You're going to love what we're cooking in today's food. We got not one, but two simple one-pot meals that are going to leave everybody in your family stuffed. Third hour of today. We'll be right back. This morning in Today Food, we're going to take the stress out of dinner time with 2 delicious one-pot meals. Our good friend Ali Rosen is a novelist, TV host, and author. Latest cookbook available for pre-order right now. 15-minute meals. Quick recipes that don't taste like shortcuts. Ali, good morning. It's good
morning.
to see you. Kids are going back to school today, so it's the most wonderful time.
How old are your kiddos?
I have 4-year-old twin girls and an 8-year-old boy.
Wait, did we know this? Did I know this about you?
I don't know.
I guess
but
not.
I'm tired.
So this is why we need a quick meal. So let's get it started. You're using some chicken. What are we making here?
Okay, so 15-minute meals is really all about making everything in 15 minutes and using the whole 15 minutes.
Right.
So this recipe is for turmeric, cashew, cucumber, chicken, and we're using boneless chicken thighs, which really keeps that flavor in. Yeah, and what we're gonna do here is just dump all this in. I'm gonna have you help me
here or here?
In here.
And it's all good stuff.
Is this yogurt?
It's yogurt, turmeric, cumin, and lime. I'm going to make you stir it up too. I'm just going to make you do everything.
Okay.
Yeah. And what's great about this is the yogurt keeps everything moist, right? It's kind of based on like that idea of tandoori chicken.
Right.
And what we're going to do with this is we're just going to dump all the chicken in.
Okay.
And the 15 minutes is the whole time, right? So once we have this mixed up, once I've made, I'll do everything.
I know. Al's cooking, so we're going to eat
Now, could you do this ahead of time and leave this in the fridge for a while?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. You could do this a few days before, but you don't have to because it's so quick. And now I'm like, I can't make you guys.
We're eating. Started eating.
Oh,
this is cool. Okay.
And then that's it. You just throw it in. And what's great about this cookbook, if I do say so myself, is that nothing is pre-chopped, right? So the time while this is cooking, this goes for 4 to 6 minutes. You're going to be chopping the cucumbers. So the recipes don't say like 2 chopped cucumbers. It'll just say a cucumber. And then while this is cooking, you're going to chop the cucumbers. You're going to get your chickpeas ready, and then you're just going to throw it back in the bowl if you want it to make it look pretty.
So 2 different things.
2 different
Some
things.
cashews.
It's cooking.
And these are canned chickpeas?
Those are just canned and drained chickpeas, and then you just put it in the same sauce that was already there.
So easy.
And again, like the whole point of this is while it's cooking, you're doing the rest of the prep. So when I say 15-minute meals, I don't mean you have to prep everything and then it's 15 minutes or 15 minutes of prep and then
15
it goes
start to finish.
Start to finish. Right. And because, I mean, this really started, I mean, my daughters were born in January of 2020. And when COVID hit, it was a mess. I was making 3 meals a day for my whole family. And I went to every cookbook that I had and I was like, man, these quick cookbooks are not
Can we take this?
And I also think it's healthy. I mean, this is not bad. Like you put turmeric in there and all the things.
It's easy. And then, after you cook this 4 to 6 minutes, you just throw it in.
We got to make sure we get to the cabbage here.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll work on that one. You do.
All right, so this one is done. We throw it in. Everything is good. And now we have stuffed cabbage without the stuffing. So the thing that I love about this, my husband is a huge stuffed cabbage person.
But it's a pain to make.
Time consuming. It's super time consuming. So what we're doing with this is we're going to chop up the cabbage small so that it cooks fast. I think we always think of cabbage as something that takes a long time to cook. So this is, you're going to chop up the cabbage. You're going to throw it in either 1 or 2 skillets. If you have a big wok or a big pan, great. Otherwise, do 2 pans.
What oil did you use that in here?
You can just use olive oil, anything, canola oil. Like
this is fantastic.
This is
great.
Thank you. It's a fun one, right?
This is fantastic.
Throw in just some pork here. You're going to let that brown for 4 to 5 minutes, but of course, because we don't have that right now, we'll pretend this has browned it. We'll throw in some crushed tomatoes.
That is good.
Some apple cider vinegar.
Wow.
And exactly, that gives it the tang and that real like richness to it.
Could you
but
swap out the ground pork and use like a ground chicken or ground turkey?
You could use it. I mean, ground beef, ground pork, ground chicken. I mean, everything.
This is exactly my grandmother's stuffed cabbage, just without the rice.
Exactly.
This is delicious.
You could put this in like a taco or a tortilla?
Correct.
Delicious.
Exactly.
Oh
you
my
could
gosh.
You could do it on top of rice. You could do it in a taco. You know, if you have someone in your house, like my husband right now is doing keto, like I could give this to him and have it be keto, and then I could put it over rice to like fill up my kids and make sure they eat it.
Oh, this is so good.
It's just, and it's easy. You know,
So
it's really
easy.
like the goal is to have things that still taste like they took a long time, but adding in a lot of the ingredients.
And what was this with these just crushed tomatoes?
Just canned crushed tomatoes.
I mean, that's 5 ingredients, maybe.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of salt, I guess, and that does it. And all in 15 minutes. And that was really my goal, is to say, you know what, we're living in this kind of golden age of ingredients. You can get everything. So you might as well use it and make your family do things quickly.
You see, we're still eating. We're like,
that's good. Ali, thank you. This is
midday
fantastic.
meal. Good.
Hope the kids are all tired out when they get back to school.
Me too.
All right.
Thank you.
For these recipes, head to today.com/food or scan that QR code to save them for later. And don't forget, Allie's Cookbook, 15-minute meals. Truly quick recipes that don't taste like
What a great
shortcuts.
book, Allie.
Out Tuesday. Make this for Taco Tuesday. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
Goodness, really good. No, I'm even afraid to bring this up. Tomorrow, I'm not coming tomorrow. Tomorrow in the third hour of today, we have a good one for you. We are settling common household debates, like how often you should wash your pajamas.
Well, I already know. Whatever it is, you're about a week too long.
The hot celebrity scoop with Justin Sylvester coming up on Hoda and Jenna.
Bye-bye.
Today, style star Jasmine Snow gives two lucky ladies hot new makeovers. Plus, celebrity chef Katie Lee Beagle transforms your favorite foods into healthier meals. And we'll get the Hollywood scoop from Justin Sylvester, who has a little scoop of his own to share.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Yes, yes. Hey, guys, welcome. It is Wednesday, third day of January.
We're right here in the middle of the week.
Yeah, month is off to a great start because that's how we're doing it.
It really is off to an awesome start.
I love a fresh start, and I also love a new addition. And somebody at this table has a new addition to their family.
I have a new member of the family.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a big, big deal because I'd like to introduce you right there to Mr. Mango Mellow Hager.
Wait, Mr. Mango Mellow?
Yeah, because
he's mellow?
He's mellow and he looks like a marshmallow. That Poppy got a kitten.
Oh.
We adopted a kitten for
oh
Christmas.
My God. Okay, wait, Poppy's in love. So.
And it looks like Mr. Mango's
my God,
in
the
love.
paw on her cheek. Even
I know.
That. Wow. So why Mr. Mango? Why did you name him Mango?
Well, I didn't name him. He's Poppy's.
Why did Poppy name him Mr. Mango?
I can't go inside that brilliant brain. But so Santa gave Poppy the baby, and she was so excited. She nearly started to cry.
Oh.
She told all of her friends, this is them meeting for the first time.
Oh my God, Poppy's so happy.
And so we got him yesterday, and it's been so far so good.
Okay, sometimes with two cats in the house, it's not all copacetic.
Well, Holly's happy to have a baby brother.
She is?
She's so happy to have a baby brother.
Are they cuddle?
They I don't know if we have this picture, but they spooned, which Mila was like, ew, what is spooning? And I was like, spooning is, I did it to her. She's like, that sounds nasty.
She said nasty.
Yeah, she was just like, ugh. And I'm like, spooning is just one person cuddling on the other person. She's like, ew. Holly doesn't like that.
Kids don't like affection like that.
They don't. But I think they do.
They do. But they think they're just
they
grossed
don't.
out by it.
Anyway, so we're off to a good start. I just took an extra Zyrtec and everything's all good.
By the way, you got quite the cat theme. Not only did you have your new Mr. Mango, you got a cat outfit on. And in addition to this, you posed like Taylor Swift.
I told you
with your...
I did her. Unfortunately, Holly's on the wrong side. If I'd done it, I needed a jumpsuit and a red lip, but I gave it my all.
When you go.
Is
for
it too
something-
much?
What do you mean? The cat outfit that you're wearing now and the cat necklace that
You
you
said
just
you
had
liked
on?
this.
I do like it. When is it cat lady? When does it step into that?
I think I'm there.
You're there?
And I'm comfortable standing there. Like, I feel good.
Yes.
With my feet
like that.
on the ground.
I like that. I like that.
I feel happy being who I am.
Yeah, you are.
And here's the thing. As a little girl, I loved cats so much. They were the forbidden fruit because I was highly allergic.
So did your parents let you have them?
Yeah, my mom loved cats. My mom's cat was named Dewey after the Dewey Decimal System.
Oh my gosh.
Because she was a
Librarians.
librarian.
I know. My mom was into the Dewey
By the
Decimal
way,
System
she was
too.
like in her 20s when she named her cat that.
Dewey.
She was totally comfortable with who she was. So from the time we were born, we had a cat. And I would just sit there sucking my thumb with my eyes swollen shut because I'm highly allergic.
Because you love that cat
But I
anyway.
don't care.
That's love.
Yeah. So here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are,
All right,
okay?
Let's talk about Cardi B and Offset.
All right.
So, Cardi B and Offset announced that they were splitting. They've been together 7 years, had a nice marriage, and they decided that they were not compatible anymore.
But apparently,
until
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve.
Which, y'all, New Year's is one of those traps.
Gotta
it's
be
one
careful.
of those traps.
Gotta be careful.
Brings you back to the exes. They were at the same club.
performing, and Cardi B confirmed that they hooked up in Miami.
They were on two sides of the club, and then all of a sudden,
Magnet.
Here
they came, back to it. And she confirmed on social media that they did, but she also said, but we're not back together. We hooked up, but not back together.
There's about 3 major traps in our calendar.
What are they?
I'd say the first one is right around Christmas time,
Yeah.
where all the Hallmark movies are looking like
and
Christmas Tree Farmer and Librarian are coming together, and you think maybe I should call my ex. The next
just to
one,
say hi.
just to say
Not
hi,
just a text. Hey, just wanted to wish you a
happy holidays.
That's
Don't do
all.
that, because you do the happy holiday, and all
Then
of a
there's
sudden,
here's a response. Hey, what are you up to?
Yeah, nope.
And then
No.
what happens next?
You up?
Oh, you up.
Okay, the next one that you need to be careful of, which we should have talked to Cardi before, is New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve.
Here's the thing, y'all. This is a manufactured holiday all about kissing someone at midnight.
Yeah.
You don't have that person to kiss. Who are you going to go looking for?
I know, there is a thing that it doesn't really matter who it is. But however, after you've been with someone for 7 years and you see them and it's New Year's Eve, sometimes if you've been broken up for even a month or two, or whatever it is, because they announced it a couple weeks ago, but who knows how long they've been broken. Sometimes you forget what it was that was bugging. There are times where you're like, what was so bad about that?
Especially when you're looking for a New Year's Eve kiss at the club.
Yes.
You know?
Sometimes
it's
you just-
easier kind of to go with.
Yes. And it could be just fall into an old habit.
Did you ever fall into old habits?
Yes, I have fallen into old habits. Yeah. And I did regret it after the old habit
Me too.
happened. You don't, it's like one of those things that you say to yourself, just a little more willpower, and I would have been
And also, life is so short. Date all the dudes, Cardi. Date all the dudes. I mean, I don't know their situation, but if she wanted to.
Obviously, she could date anybody.
Anyway.
Anytime. Okay.
Okay, we like a feel-good video.
We love a feel-good video.
We sure do.
Yeah.
Well, these are grandparents,
Mm-hmm.
Karen and Wayne Gamble, and they said they got the best Christmas gift ever.
Here's what happened. Their 7 adult grandchildren surprised them with an impromptu slumber party. Check it out.
Hi. Well, hi there. Hi. We came to have a sleepover. You came to have a sleepover? Yeah. Well, that's great. Are you serious? You don't mind, do you? That's the best Christmas present ever. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That's so cute.
Can you imagine, just for a second, imagine your kid's grown, Jenna, And imagine that you and Henry are in the house just doing your thing one day, and you hear a ring at the doorbell, and they go, Mom, can we have a sleepover again? I mean, would you not
I have
die?
chills.
Yeah, if they came in with their sleeping bags and their pillows and said, let's all sleep under the same roof one more time. Like, that's really big. No wonder it's got 35 million views.
On TikTok.
On TikTok.
So sweet.
All right, coming up next, Mariah Carey rings in the new year in pure Mariah Carey style.
Bless y'all. It is a big week for the Golden Bachelor. Justin has all the scoop right after this. Is he putting powder on Mariah?
We're going to get you caught up on all the hot celebrity headlines, which means it's time for The Scoop.
We have got our favorite E-News co-host, Justin Sylvester. He is here in real life to dish on everything.
This is a special day, Justin.
It sure is.
We're happy that you are here in person today because
going on?
this happens to be a very big day. You are featured in Men's Health magazine.
Yes.
And it is on newsstands. But before this actually came to be, let's talk about the genesis, where it all started. You were having a conversation with this young lady co-hosting.
Shall we just take a look?
Yes.
Let's take a look. You're turning 37. You said, I am determined to get into the best shape of my life.
It hit me that my dad had a massive stroke at my age right now. His life was never the same, and he ended up dying 10 years later. For me, it's about breaking that cycle. And I think where I'm from and in my community, we don't talk about health and fitness like, other communities do.
I feel like you need to be on like the cover of Men's Health or something.
I have been stalking Men's Health. Adam at Men's Health. I have been tagging him in all my thirst traps.
Adam, let's get on it. We have to tell you something. I mentioned that you should be in Men's Health, right?
Wait, do
well,
not
guess
tell me
what?
this.
Guess what? Our friends over at Men's Health are fans of the show and they're fans of you. And I have some exciting news for you. Men's Health magazine wants to feature you in their January-February issue.
I'm a single man. You cannot make me cry on TV. This means so much to me. This is wild. There's always tissue here. Where's the tissue today?
You're going to be in Men's Health.
Oh, my God.
Yes, Justin.
You guys have the Men's Health.
We have it.
We have
you
the Men's
seen
Health.
it
I
yet.
have not seen it. I don't know what photo they chose. I need to
How
see
was
this.
shooting it? So much fun?
It was so much fun. It was a great experience. And honestly, on set, Tony's here. It was just emotional because I just never thought in a million years I'd be in Men's Health.
Well, you are. And
Shall
are you
we?
ready to
Shall
see
we
the
take a look at the
photos?
photos?
I'm ready to see the photos.
Let's see the photos.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
I love it.
Wait, let's look. Oh,
You guys.
3 photos?
Wait, hold on. I got a spread.
hang on. Let's look.
This is insane.
You look amazing.
Okay.
So cute.
Can I tell you guys something? I was gonna delete all my dating profiles, but now that this Men's Health is out, I gotta.
Photos.
This is amazing. Oh, this is so cool.
You look so
Oh my
cute,
gosh,
Justin.
we're so happy for you, Justin.
You
We adore
guys.
you.
Look at you.
Oh, I cannot believe it's in print. This is crazy.
You got to
love you.
save that and say you've many more to save, Justin.
Oh,
We're so proud of you.
Thank you, guys.
By the way, which is your favorite, Justin, of all these pictures?
To be honest, it's the first one.
The first
It
one?
was
Yeah,
one of
good.
the first shots that they did, and I felt it at that moment. I really did.
Well, turn around, Jenna. Look behind you. Look at that one with the vest on.
What about that
Guns
one?
out.
You guys, I might be the most eligible bachelor out there right
I
now.
think so.
You definitely
I
are.
could be.
Well,
Okay,
congratulations.
can you give us a little scoop?
Yeah.
And can we have your autograph?
Yes.
Okay.
can we talk about the holidays?
Yes,
Because
please.
no one loves a holiday tradition quite like Mariah Carey. And there's one tradition that I really love that she does. Have you ever seen this? Where she goes into a hot tub in a $1,000 gown, okay?
No, she's
Look at her right here. She does this every year.
Wait, does that ruin it?
It probably ruins it. And side note, that gown could probably pay for my college tuition 2 times over.
Well, she does it every year,
She
Justin?
does it every year. It's one of the best things she does. She also did something that was so unheard of. I had to buy a lottery ticket this morning because it's like Haley's comment. She posted a photo from her bad side.
Wait, that's her bad side?
Okay, she put New Year, New Beginnings, taking a picture from my bad side.
It does not have a bad side.
This might not feel like something big to you guys, but I have seen Mariah Carey dismantle a set because someone didn't light her right side.
I am sorry. Both sides are beautiful. Equally as beautiful.
I completely agree. But this is Mariah. This is the first time she's done it in 35 years.
Okay.
Because we're going with, she's 35.
All right, let's talk about Bachelor Nation. There's a lot of news coming out of there.
Okay, you guys, you know that wedding of the year is coming up.
Yeah, with Jerry.
Jerry and Teresa.
Yes.
They leaked a few details out, you know, in a magazine interview, and it's starting a debate online.
What is happening?
Okay, so the first thing that it's starting is they admitted that they're inviting all the women from Jerry's season. Now, most people would say you don't invite your ex to your wedding.
Yeah.
However, I'm a Scorpio. I'm inviting all of them. I want them to see me slip through their fingers one
You are
last
so
time.
crazy.
I am crazy.
Is
and
that
I'm
a
doing
little
it.
sting? Is that a little sting?
Oh yeah, put them front row. I want this for them to see me look the best I've ever looked in their lives.
Okay.
Now another debate that started.
Yeah.
Jerry posted his proposed playlist for the wedding.
And?
Okay, he has my little boo thing on there.
Oh.
He has
I
some
like Doja
Pink.
Cat.
He's got a lot of people.
Pink.
But a lot of people are going back and forth. I have the best hack for anyone that's about to get married.
Adele, huh?
I used to work for a wedding planner. One of my favorite things to do, you know when you get the RSVP card? Brides, when you put the RSVP card in the invite, normally it says, are you attending? What's your meal preference?
Right.
The last thing you should put is,
Good idea.
what is your dance floor recommendation?
That is amazing.
That way you get people's, you know, input
That is so
on
smart.
the music.
Should you be a wedding planner?
I was. I was.
Oh, I heard that part.
Sydney, you can use that for your wedding. You're welcome.
Wait, and sadly, there's one breakup.
Yeah, there's one breakup this
And I know
morning.
you're dear friends with
Yeah, Rachel Lindsay and her husband Brian Epsola have, you know, decided to go separate ways. You know, she's taking it day by day. I talked to her this morning. She's just trying to pick up the pieces. She's like, you know, in survival mode. And the weird thing is, you know, she's super private about her personal life. And it was weird and kind of telling, you know, he put out a solo statement. But if everybody just gives her privacy right now, I know that when she's ready to talk, she will have a lot to say.
I think you know that.
And I got a lot to say about this men's health.
Well, we have one more thing to say, too.
Yeah, don't
We'd
leave
like to
yet.
present you with something. Donna, come on out.
What's happening?
We need it life-size.
You're lying. Oh my
Happy
God,
New
this
Year.
is phenomenal.
I know where that's going to go.
Yes.
Somewhere good, baby.
We love you,
Congratulations, Justin. The January-February issue of Men's
This
Health
is-
on newsstands nationwide. You can catch Justin weeknights at 11 on our sister network E.
Awesome.
Look
Coming
at
up
that.
next is Style Makeover for
awesome.
2 women who want a new look for the new year. Right after this. Yes. Today's show is all about making changes in every area of our lives. So why not start with things off with one of our favorite segments, Style Me Over.
Okay, so you wrote in to tell us about a couple of deserving women who both wanted a brand new look. So we called in our style expert, Jasmine Snow. Jasmine, how are you?
Hi, Happy New
So,
Year.
perfect time for a makeover. What was your goal when it came to these ladies?
My ultimate goal was to make them feel amazing.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to look great, but it's really important that you feel great when you're wearing clothes that you want to step out into the world.
Okay, I love that. So the first person that wrote in was Katie, and she wrote in to tell us about her mom, Janice, from Point Lookout, New York. Let's see what she has to say about her mom's current look.
Hello, Hoda and Jenna. My name is Katie, and I am nominating my mom, Janice, for a style upgrade. My mom is the most selfless, caring, and kind person I know. She volunteers with the church. She volunteers at a center called Long Island Toy Lending Center for children with developmental disabilities, where she fundraises and spends time with the kids there. She also is constantly checking up on our elderly neighbors. She brings them food or some companionship for the day. She gives and gives and gives, and I would love to see her kick off the new year feeling as good about herself as she makes others feel. Her style, I would kind of describe it as loose-fitting, and I would like to see her in something that complements her shape a bit more. I recently got engaged, so I'm having an engagement party at the end of this month, and I would love to see my mom in something that reflects her vibrant personality for that, and be pampered for a change. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Katie. Katie joins us now. We're going to look at one more picture of your mom, Janice, before. Let's take one more look. All right, let's see the new Janice. Come on out. Wow. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh,
wow.
You look beautiful.
Jasmine, talk about this look. She looks gorgeous.
I know, she looks so gorgeous. So one of the first things that we talked about was color. She said she really doesn't have much color in her closet and kind of stays away from it. She does a lot of blacks and neutrals, as we all tend to get stuck in that rut. So we talked about blue because she really liked blue, and we wanted to do a big pop of color. She looked amazing and instantly came to life when she came out in this in our fit.
How do you feel, Janice?
I feel fantastic.
You look
gorgeous.
awesome.
Okay, Katie, what do you think?
I think she looks fabulous. She looks so cute.
Oh, you
so
look amazing.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're happy you came.
Jasmine.
All right. Next up is let me pronounce that right. Vina. And Jaden nominated their mom, Charisse, just outside of Albany, New York. Let's see what they had to say about their mom and how she could use a refresh.
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. I'm Viana. And I'm Jaden. And we are nominating our mom, Charisse, to be a part of the Style Makeover. My mom just recently turned 50 years old, and I believe that's a very monumental age. So we just wanted to do something special for her.
My mom's been through a couple hardships recently, and she's ready for a positive change. She's always been our #1 provider. She would often go without just so we are good, all three of us.
On the day-to-day, my mom usually wears t-shirts and jeans. She goes to the mall, she really doesn't know what to style for herself. She's always been the one taking care of anyone and everyone. We just want to give that back to her. It's time for her to start living for herself. It's time for her to start looking like herself. So we just want to say thank you, and we can't wait to see the results.
All right, we have Viana and Jaden here. Let's see Charisse's day-to-day look one more time. All right, can we see Charisse now, please?
Oh my God! Wait.
You look so hot.
Oh my God!
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Jasmine.
come on.
I love it.
We can't. We can't.
Isn't she amazing?
Tell us.
So she really wanted to look sexy and confident, but in a really modern, fresh way.
Classic.
Obviously, we went for a jumpsuit because who doesn't love a jumpsuit? It's always flattering.
Yeah.
I love that it makes her legs look so long. And then we stuck to creamy winter whites.
Yes.
She can pull these apart, wear them separately, wear them together.
True,
it
I
goes
love
from
it.
season to season. But she walked out in this, and same thing, she was doing a little dance.
Charisse, you got to tell us how you're feeling. You look stunning.
I feel amazing. I feel confident. I feel like
this is your look.
Viana and Jade, you guys, could you have expected this?
No,
Come on.
No, honestly. I was honestly a little nervous.
You look Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Wow.
Okay, can we bring out Janice and Katie
yeah,
too, please?
Yeah, come on, everybody, come on out.
Everybody come out.
Guys. We do have one more surprise for you guys. Macy's wanted to make sure your style upgrade doesn't just end here, so you guys are going home with a $400 Macy's gift card.
Thank you.
I hope y'all go out.
Guys, yeah, y'all need to go to brunch or something.
All right. And
Take your moms out.
a special thank you to Leona Wilson at LW Salon. Styling the ladies' hair looks on point. And Bridget Lembo, perfect makeup as well.
Y'all are
thank
so
you.
beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Coming up next, Katie Lee Beagle is making two of our favorites, burgers and pizza, but they're going to be healthy right after this.
Y'all, you guys look so
awesome.
good.
Thank you.
Let's do a picture, you guys.
It's all about makeovers today, so we are going to turn a couple of your favorite foods into healthier family meals.
Here to show us how it's done is our good friend Katie Lee Beagle.
Hi.
Wait, how's the fam? How's everybody?
So good.
You're good?
My daughter's 3 years old. We had a wonderful holiday season. It was all about Elf on the Shelf for us.
Oh, yeah.
She is. I'm actually sadder that Elfie's gone because now I don't have him to say.
No, I know. So right in.
Better be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Santa's watching.
You better eat
All
your
right.
dinner.
Okay, so what are we going to make over first?
Okay, so I've got two fun recipes. I've got pizza salad and cheeseburger salad.
Pizza salad, okay.
Yes, so I'm not going to say these are health foods, but they are salads, so you're getting a little bit more
And
veggies.
healthier than probably what you would do.
A regular
This
pizza.
was just
Like,
tons of cheese.
If I'm ordering a pizza, I'm eating 3 to 4 pieces, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The salad, you're just eating a mound of veggies.
Okay.
We are going to have some crust, though. So I've got a pop tube crust just for some crunch.
That's like the kind that you get in the store and pop it open.
Yes, and I'm going to dust it with some Parmesan cheese.
This sounds very simple.
And a little bit of dried oregano. Now you're going to bake this for about 10 to 12 minutes until it's nice and golden brown.
So you
and
bake it
crunchy.
first.
Yes, and now we're going to make our salad.
Okay.
So I've got some romaine. Hoda, will you dump in there? I've got tomatoes, mozzarella
The
cheese,
mozzarella, ooh.
red onions, banana peppers, olives. So all the stuff that you would put on a pizza.
Yeah.
But it's
That's
going
so smart.
into the salad.
Okay.
I love that.
So and you've got like the nice acidic moments. You've
Sorry,
got the
go for it.
cheese.
I'm like, please don't steal all the
Get in there
cheese
and get
cubes.
some cheese.
So you mix this
That's
up.
the
Do you
part
put
we
any
like,
dressing
right?
on it or
yes,
just like
let's
that?
go make our dressing.
Okay.
So our dressing is a sun-dried tomato vinaigrette. So
Yummy.
you get that taste of the pizza sauce. So I've got sun-dried tomatoes in there.
What's this?
That's our red wine vinegar.
Red wine vinegar. I
We've got
love
a little pinch of sugar going in.
Sugar.
A garlic. The sugar just kind of takes the edge off the vinegar.
So it's not
Okay.
so
And
vinegary.
the dried oregano.
Any of
and
this
then you're
stuff?
going to blend it up and we'll put in some salt and some pepper and olive oil.
Just a really simple one.
Exactly. I've got one already made over here. And we're going to put that onto our salad.
Wait, I love this.
This looks good. And look how crispy this thing is.
Super crispy. I mean, you can do it to your own liking. I like it to be almost like a cracker.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
exactly.
All right, so toss it all together, and then I just serve
Dump
this
it.
right on
Just
the sheet
like
pan.
that.
Yes,
Just
let's
like that.
do it.
And then the real pièce de résistance.
Yes,
Is that
go.
Fried
pepperoni?
pepperoni strips. I cut the pepperoni into strips, put it in
Fried
a skillet.
it.
You don't
Fried
even
it up.
have to
What
add
is
oil
fried?
to it.
So it's not even fried. It's just they're hard.
it's
They're like
just-
bacon bits.
Yeah, and then add
A little
more parm.
By the
to
way,
it.
this looks real good.
I would
Doesn't
eat that
look good?
in a minute.
All right,
Okay,
now.
a cheeseburger salad. So I've got our
You're making me
buns
laugh.
here.
Yeah.
Chopped them up. You're going to add a little bit of butter to it. Like I said, this is a healthy-ish.
Healthy-ish.
Healthy.
You're not eating the whole bun, right?
Healthy
You're having a
adjacent.
little bit.
Healthy
Exactly.
adjacent.
You're going to toast those up in the oven until they get crispy.
Can you just use croutons if you want?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're using
And then
ground beef.
And we're going to add to it some ground mustard, some paprika, garlic, onion powder, some water, a little bit of ketchup goes in.
Ooh, I see what you're doing there.
Yes, so it's
Making
very
a burger.
burgerish. So you're going to cook that down, kind of like if you were making taco meat.
Now,
All right.
this is something I've never seen before.
What's this? Dressing.
The dressing looks like a condiment.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it
relish
is
and all the
all
rest.
condiments,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of like you're making the special sauce that goes on a burger.
Yes, please.
So we've got mayo, we've got mustard, ketchup,
Relish.
a little relish.
Should
We've
we
got
add
spices.
this?
Yeah, add the vinegar in. Add our spices in,
Little
mix,
salt.
mix. Yeah, salt it up.
Yummy.
And then
Yummy.
for our salad down here, we've got iceberg lettuce, we've got avocado, pickles, tomatoes, red
by the way,
onions,
how gorgeous
bacon.
is
Gorgeous.
that?
I know.
Gorgeous,
See, I
right?
feel like if I
Cheese.
push this in, it's not going to be as good, but
We've
that's
got the
okay.
cheese.
Really good.
You can toss it all together, or you can serve it like that, where it's
And by
kind
the
of
way,
like a
look at the little
composed salad.
dressing. Look how cute this all is.
Should we taste?
I mean, I feel like we need to dive in
Let's
there, right?
taste.
So these are just those
me a fork.
favorite
Yes, I
comfort
definitely
foods that
can.
get a
Thank
little
you.
bit of a New Year's makeover.
Yeah, not
Maybe
quite.
you can get the kids to eat a little bit more veggies when they're disguised as one of their favorites.
What's your daughter into?
She's into, well, I mean, she loves to
my
eat.
God.
She loves pizza more than anything. I can't get her to eat vegetables to save my life. So we're going to do a chart this new year.
That's
You
your
get a
New Year's
sticker
resolution?
For every vegetable, 5 stickers, you get a toy.
I like that.
Yeah,
By the way-
I'm into bribery.
We love you on our show, Katie Lee.
Katie, we
Thank
adore you.
We
Thank
thank
you.
you
Oh, I
so,
love
so
you
much.
guys.
Get the recipe, today.com/food.
Coming up next, want to make some lifestyle changes but don't know where to start? We've got some help right after this. Delish.
That is so good. We're going to try that.
Delish. I'm gonna try this
You're going to
out.
love it. The start of a new year is an opportunity to work toward the life you really, really want. And for some, that can mean digging out of a deep, deep rut.
Yeah, one woman who understands that very well is Liz Moody, who overcame crippling anxiety and panic attacks about a decade ago. Now she's the host of the Liz Moody podcast and author of 100 Ways to Change Your Life. Hi, Liz.
Hi.
How are you?
I think a lot of people, when they feel themselves in the deep hole, just like you were in, are thinking there's no way I can claw myself out. So was it a big giant step? Was it baby steps? What did you do?
It was hundreds of teeny tiny steps.
Oh,
it was one little thing that I did one day, and then that led to the next thing the next day, and the next thing the next day. And I was really in a deep hole. I was having panic attacks whenever I got out of bed. I was in bed, bedbound 4 months because of my anxiety, and I will not stop talking about it now because now I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you, and when I was laying there in my bed
You
for
could
months and
never
months,
imagine that.
I would look up stories of other people who had anxiety who are doing incredible things with their life now just to have that little sliver of hope. And I think that hope is the first tiny step.
And you don't call yourself healed. You just say basically it's practicing things every day that make you feel better, right?
I believe that wellness is a tool. It's not an end destination. We are not trying to be well. And sometimes in the pursuit of being well, achieving the state of wellness, we end up putting ourselves in a state of suffering. And I hate that. I don't think that that's ultimately our goal is to live our best lives. And so I'm using the tools that I've gathered over the years every single day to live my best life.
Let's talk tools, because I think people are wondering, like, she did something. She
I did something.
So let's start with that. Let's start with one of your tools. You say figure out your why is really important.
Right. So when I was in bed, I couldn't get out of bed. I was having panic attacks. I've been a journalist for years by then, and I used the main resource that I had at the time, which was asking questions. So I emailed the world's biggest experts, people I had no right to email. This is another one of my life mottos: never be the one to say no to yourself. Always let somebody else say no to you, because some of these people did not reply, but some emailed me back. And I was able to put together all these different tools that I share in my book, 100 Ways to Change Your Life, that I share on my podcast. And one of the core philosophies is figure out your why. I think this is so important, especially in the new year, as we're trying to take on new habits and goals. And it might be because we saw somebody do it on Instagram, or because our friend is doing it, or because society tells us that if we lose a little bit of weight, we'll like ourselves more, we'll be liked by society more. And these aren't real whys. They're not going to resonate with us. They're not going to motivate us at all, and they're not going to be goals that we'll be able to stick to.
What's your why? So what was your why?
For me, having less anxiety was a huge why. So for instance, for me, I wasn't able to stick to a workout routine until I was well into my 30s. So there's hope for everybody out there. But when I was trying to work out and I was like, oh, I hate my thighs, I hate my cellulite, I could never make that stick because that wasn't a real why. But when I connected my workouts to feeling calmer all day long, to feeling less stressed, to sleeping better, to having more energy.
It's so smart.
All of a sudden, I was way more motivated.
Because it's about really taking care of yourself. And when we're talking about fitness, one of the things you say, which I love, are micro workouts. Instead of creating some huge goal that feels lofty
and you probably can't finish.
Well, and there's incredible research behind micro workouts. There's actually a study that pitted micro workouts, little increments of workouts. We're talking 5 squats. We're talking a walk around the block. We're talking putting on your favorite Taylor Swift song and dancing to it. But it pitted doing those for the same amount of cumulative time as a longer workout, and the micro workouts actually had more impact on your blood sugar levels, on your insulin. So they actually have really powerful benefits. And you're breaking up periods of being sedentary, and we know that being sedentary is one of the worst things that we can do.
One of the things we find in kids especially, and in grown-ups, is how we eat. That determines our mood. So eating well is another one of your important tips.
It is, but I approach eating well in a little bit of a different way than I think a lot of people talk about it. I don't want you to deprive yourself. I want you to add things in. So one of my favorite rules in my book is to go for 30 plants a week. And the reason for this is that there's this incredible research out of the American Gut Project, and they found that the single greatest predictor of a healthy gut microbiome was the diversity of plants in your diet.
So how do you get 30's a lot?
It's actually not as many as you would think. So if you're making a pesto, for instance, you got your basil, that's a plant. You got your walnuts, you got your olive oil, you got your garlic, you got your lemon. That's 5 plants right there. You whip that up in a blender.
Oh, that's so true.
That's 5 plants. You put on your scrambled eggs.
It's so funny because we were talking about healthy guts yesterday, and that's what the expert said. Eat a range of food.
And I think we are always, I worked as a journalist for years. I understand that we like to get behind, like, kale's the new superfood. We need headlines. We need blueberries, whatever. But it's actually all of the things, the diversity of it. And I like that because it's a little bit more forgiving, too. Because what if you don't like kale? What if you don't like blueberries?
Exactly. You don't have to just eat that. You are so brilliant, Liz. Thank you so much. I feel like your podcast and book are going to help so many people.
You've got to get this book. I love the title, too, 100 Ways to Change Your Life. You can get it at today.com/books. Liz, thank you so much. We're happy you came.
Coming up next, could your kitchen pantry use a makeover? We're going to get some tips for reorganizing our most cluttered spaces right after this.
Liz, what was your first... 2024 is all about a reset, and that includes making over some of the messiest spaces in our homes.
Thankfully, home organization expert Rhea Safford is here to save the day. Rhea has organized spaces for A-list celebs like Ciara and Jessie Tyler Ferguson. She's also the author of The Organized Home for New Parents. Hi, Rhea.
Hi, thank you so much
just,
for having me.
You just fell in love with home organizing? Were you messy at some point?
I am a naturally messy person, a walking dumpster fire.
Even now?
Even now. Caps off, cabinets open.
Yes,
and
cabinets open.
This is really resonating.
The same. And that's my favorite thing to share is you can be messy and you can be organized. Those things aren't mutually exclusive.
And it took you having kids that really made you
You had to. I had to get just things in order, and me finding systems that worked for myself made the world of difference. And if I can help someone like me, I knew I could help other people.
All right, let's start with the closet. Sometimes it seems daunting, but there are simple things you can do to organize it.
A closet's beyond daunting. A lot of times because we're stuck
look
with
at that
the
before and
system.
after.
Oh my gosh, I know, so good. One of my faves. So most closets are a shelf and rod, and we're stuck with the system, and we feel like we need to force our stuff to work for the space, and we want the space to work for us. So there are things we can do to create storage where it doesn't exist. An expandable organizer like this is one of my favorites. You can add drawers where drawers don't exist. You can have shelves.
I like that.
You also really want to understand your habits. Are you more of a pant hanger? Like, let's find ways for you to be able to hang your pants versus folding them. This is one of my favorite little, look at this.
What
look
are
at
you
this little
doing
cutie.
there?
Okay, this costs like nothing. Okay, so inexpensive, and it's a way for you to, one, prepare your outfits, set up your
Come
sets,
on,
and
girl.
it's space savings. We love it.
Ooh, I
know.
love that little
Add it
tool.
to the dressing room.
That's so
you have this little tool too, which is for shoes. Talk to us about this thing.
This is cool.
So love this. A lot of times if we have shelves in our closet, we're stuck with a vertical space that we can't adjust.
Right.
So we want to take advantage of the vertical space where you could maybe have 3 pairs of shoes. Now you have 6.
Okay, look down here below because that is
So
such a
good.
cool way of stacking them.
That's genius.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Where do you get those? I've never even seen those.
Amazon.
Oh,
Okay,
hello.
shall we move to the bathroom? This is an area we all need help in,
Yes.
if we're honest.
Yes, and a bathroom can get cluttered very, very easily. We're all trying new products. We're doing different
look
things.
at that.
But this is a space that we absolutely want to be streamlining, and we want it to be routine ready. We're starting and ending our day in this space, so let's make it organized
I love this
and efficient.
Lazy Susan thing.
I love a lazy Susan.
Brilliant.
And I showed here, this is a great divided turntable. We love using this. It's a great way to take
And you've
advantage.
labeled it.
We love a label.
We
love
speak
a
in
label.
unison.
Yes, so our morning routines, this is just, it makes everything so
You
simple.
know what gets messy is makeup.
Yeah.
Inevitably.
Always.
So what do you have?
And this is a stackable solution.
Look at this.
I don't want people to be scared of the counter. Counter doesn't mean clutter. You can have organized systems and take advantage of your space.
So you just stack this on top and you got your drawers for the
Love
rest.
a stackable
I like
Shall we move to my favorite place, which is the pantry?
Yes.
It's the bread and butter of my business.
Yep. Yes.
I love organizing food. So a couple things in the pantry. I love a glass canister for anything that needs to be out on the counter that you want to look beautiful but have organized. Also really good for pastas and grains and dried goods.
It's great for cereals. Yeah, that's
and this-
terrific.
for your pretty cooking.
Okay, and then these things?
I am such a sucker for these canisters. This is what I use in my own home. They are so durable, and like my family lives hard. We are using things aggressively.
Yeah.
So for my kids to be grabbing their own snacks, this is
Can we just
the
point
dream
out
product.
how simple it is to open,
So simple.
lift
Kids can
up,
do it.
Airtight, yes,
and
and
airtight.
also stackable. So we're taking advantage of vertical space that maybe we weren't before.
And the pasta thing is awesome. All right, take us to the big snacks.
Let's go to chips.
And then we love a basket. Not everybody wants to decant their items and get rid of packaging, so this is a great way to store larger items like chip bags, your overstock, your cereals that maybe you want to close and clip. Put it in a basket. Those will live on the bottom.
And then
in
you
the
could
high up
keep
parts of
like
your
a
pantry.
chip in one thing and a
Yes, and
cereal
then
in
we
the
add a
other.
label. Yes,
Do you have a
absolutely.
label maker hack?
Okay, so I use a label maker for pretty much everything, like just short of putting them on my kids' foreheads. And so I love printing expiration dates.
What?
On the bottom. Look how like
expires.
Yeah, your friends are going to be like, "Who is she? How is
Yeah.
she so put together?"
I don't know that I could do that.
Rhea, you could. Yes, you
All
can.
you do is read the thing.
I need a label
Right.
maker. I'm going to get one for 2024.
You have 2024 is the year of labeling.
Okay.
I love it.
Thank you. That's my New
I'm
Year's
gonna check in.
resolution.
You better
check
be
in.
labeling. Thank you,
in
Rhea.
2025, and we'll know I never made
Ever.
one.
She won't do it.
All right, we'll be back
after
right
this.
after this.
No. But by the way, look at this.
You guys, we have some exciting news because Hoda's final episode of Making Space drops today.
Please, okay, Rabbi Steve Leder is profound. He is brilliant. He gives life's advice. He's one of my people, and I love Rabbi Steve Leder. Check him out on Making Space wherever you get your podcasts, and I promise you, you will be inspired.
Don't you love that? Okay, tomorrow, actor and singer Frankie Grande will be here.
And we'll talk dating with Sex and the City's Candace Bushnell.
That's fun, and Allie Love's here.
Bye.
See ya.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crab.
And I've been eating crab since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory, all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Fabi's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's Crab Cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for her autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with families. A lot of personalities, but you love each other, and it always works. You know, it always works well.
What's really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter. Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
I sleep with her. She won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
Is this the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the
Fine.
big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's backbreaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living, working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and let nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking. Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of, and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling, and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back to that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our Warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen.
In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you have people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
And what I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't wanna put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant? The most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So,
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
it's having crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yeah, yeah. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's been
see
a
you.
long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. This place on this corner has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here, from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've got people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park
Right.
that sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy.
It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country.
You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up!
Right there, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Conies.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes.
That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun, it's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were talking. They're in a steamer. You know,
it's in a
there's just
steamer.
enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All
more?
right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
Keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to go
you want
with
the
it.
chili to go
yeah,
in.
you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
all
it.
right. That really, it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right, one up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth. Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is gonna sit there and it's not gonna fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out.
Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is a Beyond crumble, a plain Beyond crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Dude continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
The gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said,
"Food builds big bridges.
If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes."
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They had came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home.
The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates.
And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events.
What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line.
What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken.
No, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby.
After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow. That looks perfect. Now,
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and the mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company, For Wise Men Entertainment, that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level, obviously, is the Pekin Noodle Parlor. And then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown.
Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, you know, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, you know, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, you know. A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50-something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100+ years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, you know, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, you know, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, you know, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, you know, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
To see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy.
So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States. Right?
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation, and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program.
Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original Mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the
little
Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crab.
And I've been eating crab since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore.
I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing.
Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked.
I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood,
been in my family now for, well, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 fans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for her autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley's still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in 79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
but I
sleep
told
with her. She won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes,
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
that's right.
And the
Fine.
big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now, this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows
had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good.
Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, what crab lobster? Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen.
In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you have people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
And what I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't wanna put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's staying on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant? The most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well,
yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
nobody's gonna come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So,
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done.
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
Something crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's the piece.
Yeah, yeah. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with